This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud breaking in here on this radar stream because we're now getting word the weather service in Jacksonville has issued a flash flood emergency now for portions of the area. So potentially catastrophic flooding as we're looking toward areas of Columbia, Hamilton, and Suwannee counties through about 6:15 at 1:14 p.m. Doppler indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area where between 10 and 15 inches of rain have fallen, and a distant amount of 3 to 6 are possible. So across parts of Columbia, Hamilton, and Suwannee counties. So let's go ahead and zoom on in here. It's this box right here where we had the catastrophic flooding, especially centered on Suwannee County here. Again, a very dangerous situation that we're dealing with as we're looking at things right now. The flash flood emergencies, Roy talking about Suwannee County here with the way they wrote the statement. So just got to be really mindful about that. I know areas in this warning though do include Live Oak, Suwannee Springs, Tuckney Spring, Suwannee River State Park, Columbia, Fort White, McAlpin, O'Brien, Wellborn, Lauraville, Dallin Park, Branford, Houston, New Bern, and Hildreth. So again, a flash flood emergency, the highest level of flash flood warning now in play for areas of Suwannee County where we've seen between 10 and 15 inches of rainfall and even more, another half foot not out of the question in some spots. So we were hoping to avoid flash flood emergencies in our area. I thought there might be a few, probably gonna be more towards like Charleston, Savannah, but we do now have one here in the Suwannee River Valley, a flash flood emergency. So we needed to pop in. We said earlier if we had a flash flood emergency or any tornado warning, of course, within our area, we would pop back in with some more coverage. And that's what we have right now here, a flash flood emergency, catastrophic flooding a possibility here around Live Oak. So dangerous situation here in this vicinity. I know rain letting up maybe a little right in downtown, but southeast areas there. Maybe some Live Oak addresses are getting closer to McAlpin. We're getting some torrential downpours in an area that's just seen so much rain already. 1 hour rainfall estimate, so 2 to 3 inches there as we're looking at things, and that's on top of just, many inches that have already fallen. So, it's not right in Jacksonville or where we have just so many, urban areas, but there's enough concern now with the way the rain rates were showing up and with already so much rain occurring and they had to go with a flash flood emergency. I know just a few minutes ago the rain rates were a little bit higher as they had popped back up. They popped down just a bit there, but still very heavy rain there. McAlpin to Wellborn, O'Brien, you're under the flash flood emergency over there around, it looks like State 247 going from Branford as well. The potential for catastrophic flash flooding here this afternoon. I really don't want to be on the road unless you have to be. Of course, we have our strong tropical storm, the center of circulation a little bit further back and what's left of the eye wall coming through and staying over these areas a lot longer than we would like. A little bit of Columbia County under this. Technically, though, the way they wrote this is actually it's really, even though a little bit of Hamilton's in it too, technically an emergency would just be for Suwannee County areas, really, where it's just a catastrophic scenario. I know part of Live Oak, but honestly, probably more so just right, out of town maybe a bit right now. I mean, with the worst of the rainfall, let me go ahead and jump on over here to our other source, and then I'm going to go ahead and let's see what else I want to punch up. I want to punch up 12-hour rainfall. I mean, they've already seen a lot in town now. 10 inches in 12 hours. I mean, it's over the color table even on this, but there's like 12 inches that's fallen according to radar here. As we get just a little bit further down toward the south, that's problematic, obviously, for areas in Suwannee County here this afternoon. I know, seeing some different reports here. By the way, we talked about 2 fatalities earlier on, one around Hillsborough County, one in Levy County. Well, there was a traffic crash going back. We had 2 fatalities in Dixie County that may have been really attributable to the storm as well. So that would get us to 4 fatalities here in the state so far now with Debby, but could have more, unfortunately, as things progress. And, this is where we could have water rescues even in play here with this type of rain in Suwannee County here this afternoon. I know it's, not the most urban area, but catastrophic flooding can do that. I know. Gotta watch out for rivers like the Swanee River and the like here with this much rainfall, and that could really start to cause issues in the vicinity, depending on, just how things kind of flow, with all this rain here. But again, something to kind of keep in mind as we're looking at things here, as we're monitoring. This is just so much rain in a shorter period of time. I know, we had issues with rivers during Irma. It's not the exact same situation. The pressure pattern caused that more is more of a pressure pattern we hadn't seen since Dora. So we're not quite to that, that way the wind direction was and the like there. But still, you got to be really cognizant here. I mean, that was, it isn't already a bunch of rain, but that all coming together didn't help there. And that's what we saw in that situation going back a little less than 7 years ago. But again, watching things here carefully, watching the scenario here very carefully here this afternoon as we try to just give you the latest. Again, a flash flood emergency. It's this polygon right there where we have that danger here with Debby, the strong tropical storm. So catastrophic scenario. Let me see if I can effort some cameras here right now as things do evolve. I know seeing comments here from John, his friend in Citra apparently losing part of his fence. These are definitely nasty conditions here as we're looking in many areas. And then let me just see if there's any camera shots at all that we can kind of get. I know we may have to go, let's see, will this be one? Let's try this camera shot here. Mile marker 271 around I-10. We can maybe see something here. I know, you don't really see as much flooding maybe on this shot. Some of the outlying roads might have it a little bit worse, but again, just continuing to watch things here. Again, further east and to the south, a little bit worse. By the way, the power might have been off on this camera. You see the year, I'll point over here, but you see that's all messed up. But nonetheless, you can see some ponding of water on the side of the road. It looks like there. As we look at things here, looks like I kind of maybe as I kind of look here at things, just kind of looking at the side a little bit live on the air with you guys. I know maybe kind of seeing some more of that over there as well. But again, I just got to be careful with what's, we're tracking things. Some of the vehicles pushing up a little water, but it's worse in other parts of that region. No doubt, probably quite a bit worse, as we're looking at things. We just don't have a lot of camera shots available because power issues there. And, phones going off with the flash flood emergency. Probably, though, I mean, you have a lot of power outages, so there could be some cell phone issues even in this area. I know. Let me see if there's just anything any closer here. I know. Do we have a camera closer? Look like I might have one now in the flooding that's still working. Oh, yeah, we sure do. Let's go ahead and go over here just a little further east. It's a lot different story. This camera is still working, and it's still in the flooding. Apparently, you see law enforcement there as we have water over the road here. I-10 at mile marker 273.8. This is like, an example where we had that flash flood emergency here. I mean, you saw there was a pretty big difference. It didn't look that crazy further back to the west. But mile marker 274, you see all that water covering the lane here, really causing problems. And police trying to make sure folks don't, get into where some of this flood water down to this one lane, it looks like right now. So, in that direction. So, just watching things very carefully here. At least some of the cameras are working, a lot of them are down. So, it's really, it's really tricky. And you see some of that water coming on up. I mean, could end up having to close that whole side if there's more rain, but there might be enough of a break there where we don't potentially have to do that, depending on, if there's some other issues here, if there's some type of creek flooding or something, and there's runoff issues, and, you never know. But again, just continuing to watch things here, tracking the situation. Let's go ahead and check back on over toward the Doppler. Yeah, that right lane blocked according to that report. So yeah, that's the only camera for a while that's working as we go further east there. I mean, you have to go all the way into Columbia County and the I-75, I-10 intersection before you get something to kind of maybe come up there. Let's see if this will even come up. It's coming up, but it is a story where you have reduced visibility. Let's pull this up. I-75 and I-10, I don't know. It may just be, it may be not quite as reduced as it looks there. I'm going to check some others in the area. Sometimes cameras, I mean, I think it is pretty nasty though. If there's any others in that area that can kind of show a little bit different view of that. 'Cause sometimes the way they're positioned kind of makes them look a little bit worse sometimes. We'll go a few miles away. I mean, you saw the difference in a few miles. It's still pretty nasty. Not, near as nasty, but you can definitely see a lot of water issues. Even look at that other side of the road. This is further over, closer to North Columbia County around I-75. So we're watching that, issue there. But I know again, a lot of the cameras not coming up because of the power outages as we're looking here, but that one is still able to get, the stream out here on the Florida 5-1 perspective around mile marker 274. So let's go ahead here and see what's going on as we're looking at things, as we're tracking the overall scenario here. I mean, you can see that water there, that's really gone on up as we're looking, and that's covering that right lane there as we're looking on Interstate 10. So just continuing to give you the very latest on this tropical storm, this strong tropical storm. And then the report there was that it was, I-10 west there before mile marker 274 with that right lane block. So it's if you're going west here on I-10, that's where the problem is so if you are out there traveling, so you kind of know there are, issues there. It looks like maybe the way the law enforcement may have moved there, or possibly, I know, not looking at it the whole time, but it looks like they might have moved. So uh, technically, folks could use the right lane, I guess, if they wanted to, as we're looking at things there. But they'd have to slow down if they did. Otherwise, I mean, you're supposed to move over anyway. If there are law enforcement there, if you can do it safely, otherwise you have to slow down a good bit. But again, just continuing to give you the latest here as things evolve. Zooming on in, it looks like now on this perspective at mile marker 274, you can kind of see all that water there really ponding on up as we kind of look at things, just trying to give you the latest here on this situation. I mean, that's a lot of water there as we're tracking things here right now this afternoon. So again, be very careful, be very cognizant as we are monitoring things. I know the folks at Florida 511 and DOT kind of using this to kind of get an idea of what's going on here. So maybe it's gone down just a little bit. I mean, as we've looked here in that right lane, but you still see some, splashing in the water there at points. So kind of telling that story there along I-10 westbound in the east, or let's see, I-10 westbound in the right lane. So again, trying to let you know what's going on there as that situation does progress. Again, catastrophic flooding in that vicinity. I do think rain rates might have dropped that down a little as this gets closer, Lake City, though, even with some of this nastier weather from our cyclone or tropical storm. Let's go back on over again. We had to jump back in because we had a flash flooding emergency issued for portions of the area, really focused on Suwannee County, though, and right now the heaviest rain here at 134 around McAlpin, and then down in here, just east of Branford. But in Live Oak, it's coming down at a moderate rate. Further back, lighter, so that's good. And, they are in a spot where it's moving, it's kind of moving more northerly, but it's moving some east. So I can kind of get it away from Live Oak somewhat. Let's kind of put a loop on here as we go ahead and try to watch things progress here. You can kind of see some of how things have evolved in this pattern over the last little bit. So again, I'm just trying to watch things here as the situation develops. I know if you're wondering where Suwannee County is, it is west of Columbia County in our 62 counties there in the Suwannee River Valley, and that's where we have a catastrophic blast flood warning in play here, a blast flood emergency in play right now in some of these communities. You saw how things are looking on the interstate. I mean, I know in Debby 2012, the interstate got shut down for a while. Don't know if we're quite to that level yet because of flooding. We've had trees down though across it further off toward the west. So, I know in that situation things were so bad. There were detours in play and the like. I know we're out here in Bradford County. We're up to almost 5 inches of rain since midnight. Uh, Pressure there about 1,004 millibars or so. So it's dropped just a little bit more here as that center gets a little closer, possibly with this. But this is a strong tropical storm now versus a hurricane, but still a storm. I don't know if tropical storm warnings in many areas. The hurricane warnings were discontinued since it is technically not a hurricane now, but strong tropical storm still capable of producing, more power outages. So again, a nasty situation there indoor parts of the area as we watch this Lake City, may get some more packages over there. Let me see if we can get some Florida. Back that up. Of course, we went to the Florida 511 cameras. Let's go to the power outage information. I haven't updated you guys on this in a little bit. I know, Georgia, the numbers haven't gone up too much more, so I'll just kind of read some of those off. A little over 9,000 out in Lowndes County right now, and 26,000 out in the state in general, but 270,000 out in the state of Florida, and many out here in our area. So let's go ahead and see here. I know Suwannee County, still almost the entire county in the dark here this afternoon. So let's go ahead and jump this up behind me here. You can kind of see what we're talking about here. I mean, all these, in the maroonish color indicate a high percentage of folks without electricity on this PowerAdit.us map. So something to kind of keep in mind here as we're looking at things, as we're tracking the situation. I know, that corridor, we had that hurricane warning there. It's really pronounced. We have some of those outages. So again, just tracking things here. Let me go ahead. I mean, I'll start off further east with some of these. You see, almost 5,000 customers out in Putnam County, almost 18,000 in Marion, Levy County, about 10,000, Alachua, 15,000, almost 3,000 in Bradford, where we're at. About almost, half to a third. Union County there, Baker County, a few thousand, Columbia County, about half the customers in the dark, and then it gets to, majority, Hamilton, Suwannee, Gilchrist, and Levy's a little less than half, Dixie, Lafayette, Taylor, Madison, Jefferson. You kind of get the idea there as we're looking at things. A little less, it's still pretty bad in McCullough, but a little less. About 11,000 in Franklin County. They got pretty lucky. Leon County, fairly lucky, over 16,000 out, but not near as much as the event in May. The wind and the tornadoes then. I think we're over 100,000 out. And some of those outages lasted a while. So, again, going back over here toward the view and toward the Doppler technology here as we're tracking things this afternoon. Again, we're kind of just, we're not going to do, I know we ran it there a minute ago. There when we came on, that we were breaking in there when it was necessary and technically on at the bottom of the hour this time, but going to go back probably just to that radar stream here in a few minutes. I know we'll watch here for some isolated tornadoes later on in our area. Of course, we've been already tornado warning storm within our 62 counties, but we haven't had any of those here, as we're looking there since yesterday in our cover zone. But yeah, just thanks to everybody watching. I see some of the different comments. I appreciate you guys tuning in and trusting me here on this Monday, this August 5th, 2024, and watching things here. We'll watch, see if we get instead of tornado threat to kind of develop further east. There's a tornado watch in play. Just haven't had any warnings in a while, but as we may, have a little instability near the coast and with the shear in play, we could start having some issues possibly. So something to kind of keep in mind there. I know looking at the different warnings, the flash flood warnings we currently have, looks like 5 of them covering part of our area. Some of these lesser rain falling in those right now. Some areas further north temporarily could be just covered by flood warnings before maybe it's rapid and enough to cause a flash flood warning. Of course, in the case of Suwannee County, flash flood emergencies where we had to break into this stream. Further north here, it is a flash flood warning for Lake City and Jasper. Statenville to 345 is a base flash flood warning. And other areas, some of that water maybe, except for you might have some storm surge down here. Rain is not actively falling as much now. Still could have some of the water not draining now, but it's not as serious right now in some of these areas further west as it is in Suwannee, and even in this one to some degree, but especially in Suwannee County there, the flash flood emergency. We don't get those issued by the Jacksonville office very much at all. I know we actually had them in the Debby of 2012, but they don't get issued very much by the Jacksonville office, but we have one here. Haven't had to have any from the Tallahassee office from the event so far, but Jacksonville issuing the catastrophic highest level of flash flood warning for parts of Suwannee County there until it's technically until 6:15. I guess they can always bump the wording down later on. We're going to probably wrap back up soon here to giving you the heads up on the flash flood emergency and break back in as it is warranted later on here as we look at things. Some very heavy rain there around McAlpin still. East of Branford. Live Oak is letting up some, but you're still in moderate rain right into town, it would seem. Hopefully we can get more of the green to come in there. And you kind of see that maybe trying to happen over the next little bit, which would indicate lighter rain there around Live Oak. So, again, watching things, just looking at our numbers here, our different readings. Let me go ahead and punch on up here. Camera shot, wind not as high right now in Bradford County where we're at, but we're still with some threats there, obviously. Still have some of this, convection here in play from the tropical cyclone. I know there'll be a 2 o'clock update soon from the Hurricane Center. They'll probably drop the sustained wind number down a little bit more so as this tries to progress, but it's moving very slowly as we've talked about here in the coverage. The track of the storm here, indicating that slowing of the movement. The icons here, 12-hour intervals, and you kind of see how they get closer and closer together at points, and that indicates a slowing here of things as we look there. So something to keep in mind as you're tracking the situation that could really be catastrophic. I know it's technically potentially catastrophic in parts of Suwannee County, but could be truly historic and, a once in a lifetime event there, potentially toward Charleston, South Carolina. If things come together the way some of the models are indicating, some of the forecasts are indicating, hopefully not. Though I would say if it didn't, then it might mean the system's staying around our area longer and then we could have more problems. But they're very vulnerable up there, and there's a chance, 20 inches of rain. I mean, it's actually the forecast right now. Widespread 20-inch total around Charleston, and that would not be good for them. So we'll continue to look. I know we've seen some of that potential here, but it's a little bit different there. Honestly, when the forecast is 20 inches, honestly, that could mean some isolated areas get even a good bit more than that. So that's when you really have problems. I mean, they're already in a vulnerable spot in Charleston anyway, though. So even a couple inches can cause flooding there. Astronomically high tides can cause problems there. So not good. But again, we're going to watch things. I think we're going to go ahead and throw it back over to a radar stream for now. We have the flash flood emergency continuing as we get new information, and if we get new information that warrants me to come back on, I'll be back. And weather predictions anytime about the flash flooding likely / really occurring here across parts of the region. But there's a Doppler perspective right now as we're looking at things as we track Debby. I'll be here. I'll break in as needed. Not doing half-hour updates here on this stream at this moment. We're on 1:30, so you can kind of call it that there. As we had come on for the flash flood emergency for a while, but we're going to go back to just the radar stream for now and break back in if is warranted. Blast foot emergencies, tornado warnings, stuff along those lines. Some additional information might cause us to come back on depending on what it is as well. So keep it tuned here. For now, thanks so much for tuning in. Thanks so much for trusting me. We'll be back here as warranted, tracking Tropical Storm Debby and that impact here across our area. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center right now at about 3:15, tracking Tropical Storm Debby and tracking some of the different impacts across our region. And a live oak with that flash flood emergency, very severe flooding in that area. We were on for about a half hour from about 1:15 to about 1:45 or so, documenting that here as we're giving you the latest on what was going on there. Now, the way this is kind of oriented here, it's kind of a little bit interesting. We've had some of this outer banding here. It's a little closer to the center, get towards Stark, areas of eastern Baker County, and areas even up into Charlton County, and also western Duval County. Some of this kind of going to be trying to get in Jacksonville with some higher winds over the next little bit as well. I know we had a gust about 30 here on anemometer a few moments ago at about 6 feet up. I know, again, think of that, as not the full percentage of the winds you'd have higher up. So really, a tropical storm force gust is now really, if you kind of were to compare it to anemometers a little bit higher, I know some stronger winds coming on through that can knock out some more power in towards some different areas. As I'm looking earlier on, our highest gust that we had was 31 this morning, 9:30 or so, but this was to 30 again, so almost about the highest gust we've had here. As you have your what's left of the center out here, I know it's kind of jogging a little east, maybe, possibly here as we're looking at things. It's kind of hard to say for sure, but as we kind of look at things here, yeah, that kind of, I know there's some frames have been skipped with just the way this is. It's kind of, become less defined the center too. So just some of the accent out ahead's kind of moving on in, causing some issues here. I know around areas there, I-10, I-75 in Columbia County. I mean, it's probably pretty nasty there right now. If I can go ahead and maybe get some camera shots up. Let me go ahead and see if I can get maybe some different views here of what's going on here over the next little bit in toward that area. Let me go ahead and try to get a look there toward I-75. I bet it's looking pretty nasty. And a lot of the cameras for the west knocked off earlier because of all the nasty weather there, like, in towards Swanee County, for example. This is a little bit further over in Columbia County, and the winds maybe not quite as nasty as they could be on this side at the moment, but a lot of rain coming on down there toward I-75 at mile marker 432.7. So again, just watching the scenario here with Debby and some of the different impacts. Let's go ahead and jump on over here toward another one of the shots here right now over Bradford County. Look at the trees blowing here right where we're at right now. I'll check some of the winds on that to get an idea maybe what's going on. Looks like, around 10 miles an hour at the moment, a little lower down at the ground at least. But higher up you'll have higher winds. We're, by the way, over 5 inches of rain here for today from Debby here east of Stark. Some areas though with that flash flood emergency, I mean, you're talking about over a foot of rain out toward the west there, like around Live Oak. Just, really serious flooding over there. Let's kind of go ahead and jump back on over to this view here. Again, you can kind of see around Live Oak there in the ward parts of Swanee County. We've had that flash flood emergency that's still in effect because of lingering just really wet grounds there, and in some areas where the water's not going down, but other areas, I mean, it's just completely flooded. We have roads covered by floodwaters there in the Live Oak area in Swanee County. I know the report a little earlier from emergency management as I look at the OSR here. That's why I backed it up a bit. Emergency management reported flooding of structures in Holmes County wide, along with street and road closures with some vehicles stranded. I know we were on at some of the peak of that from about 1:15 to 1:45 here. We stayed on with that flash flood emergency right after it was first issued with that catastrophic tag. But, you can't just stay on with those forever sometimes, especially since we still have, a longer term situation on our hands that we have to just follow and be prepared for in case we have tornado warnings that start popping up and the like here on us. So just continue to track things. I know There's so much precip though in that area. I mean, this color table here, all that gray's 5+ inches, but in the live oak area, they had a foot or so. I know we see different, river flood warnings and the like, and plan that's going to be an issue here as we look, later on, as some of those, flood stages here adjust, it would seem. That would probably be the case. So, again, looking here, 1,003 millibar, the pressure here east of Stark, so it's dropped a little bit more at the center with the lower pressures. It's in the 980s, 970s at one point, probably getting more, up there as we look later on in the timeline, as things rise, as it does weaken some. I know as you get closer to the center and the lowest pressures, that just kind of gives you an idea of how some of the worse the weather is in comparison to another spot, in many cases, not in all cases, but I know western Duval County, pretty nasty though. This is going to knock out, some power there in Jacksonville in some spots here as we have that heavy rain trying to get some of the stronger winds that are aloft down toward the surface. And all the different anemometer sites here, I know you definitely, could see a gust or 2 to 60 miles an hour, which is considered damaging winds and severe thunderstorms. But here we have a tropical storm warning to account for this instead. As we're looking there toward Bradford County, we're watching things. The convection not quite as significant down here in terms of the downpour rain rate. So maybe maybe not getting quite the wind to the surface here, but just a little bit watching for Jacksonville here over the next little bit. There is a tornado watch, probably a new tornado watch coming soon. So we'll have to watch for rotation potential. There is a little bit of rotation with some of this, quite honestly, but not a terrible amount. But we'll watch it to see if there's more stability near the coast that comes into play. But definitely interesting how this became a little bit, defined in a different way. This banding kind of came across here more, in a line formation almost, as we're looking at things on that outer fringe there. Again, some very heavy rain there around White Springs and Winfield. So that's a nasty scenario for those folks there in parts of our area. Let me go ahead and jump back to the camera shot here right now as we look off toward the west. Again, trying to give you this the very latest on all of this. We're used to start looking back to the west. You have some windy conditions here. As we're looking at things this afternoon, I know just trying to kind of give you a visual on everything here, and correlate that to some of the wind measurements here too. Right now, not terribly high. We did have to gust at 30 though a little while ago. 15 now, okay, up to 15 on the anemometer just now, and that's really indicating a little bit stronger winds. If you're getting this a little higher up there in toward our setup. But again, just continuing to give you the latest here, working very hard in the Weather Center to protect you, your friends, and your family here. Again, watching our tropical storm. It's a strong tropical storm. And let me go ahead and see here where I want to go with this. Let's go ahead and bounce up, put up on the screen here our radar view for a moment. I'm going to step out of the shot here real quick and to try to just give you a look here at the Doppler perspective while I try to get some more information here on various things. So again, watching the situation carefully here as it does progress, as it does evolve here on us. I know, just trying to see, maybe, could have some updates on issues here in Bradford County. I know, traffic crashes, some areas. I know there have been issues here today, with this weather, trees falling in areas across the county and the like. So you just got to be really mindful, really careful, really cognizant of what's going on here. Just trying to look through everything. Just trying to give you the latest. I know, trying to make sure you guys understand what's going on here with Debby, with Tropical Storm Debby, as the different impacts are being realized in the ward. different communities here across the viewing circle. So again, just watching here the impact. Let me go ahead and I think get ready to jump back in front of the key wall here. So again, just continuing to watch things. We're gonna go ahead and remind you guys first of the covered area. We're in Bradford County as we watch things in the 62 counties. So again, just continuing to track here the ongoing weather scenario, and I'm here for you guys as we look at all the different information here. As we just kind of try to watch. I mean, I'm here looking at our weather maps for you guys to get an idea of exactly how things are evolving here. I just kind of, you see all this moisture here impacted some of our different areas and the like. So again, saturating the ground even more so, and you have some wind coming through, knocking some trees down, no doubt, as we are seeing the different developments. You just have to be cognizant of that here with Debby, with this, deluge in some cases, but more than a deluge than others. I know, speaking of different things with Debby 2012, that Debby flooded Live Oak. Some folks said that was the worst flood in there since Dora, and now this Debby flooding Live Oak. So not what you want to see as we're looking at things in the Suwannee River Valley. So again, just trying to give you the very latest here on the ongoing situation in Columbia County areas around Lake C. Could see some type of upgrade in some of the flood alert wording here next little bit. But the 2 o'clock advisory, we had 65-mile-an-hour max sustained winds. The pressure's up to 990 millibars, and the movement was down to 7 miles an hour, but still toward the north-northeast. But definitely you see little things here with the, just overall kind of formation of this kind of helping it to jog further on over as well. I know with a dahlia, granted it made landfall, same county as a dahlia did Debby, but a dahlia, it hit around areas there as we got further on over there north of Steenhatchee, just a little there as we were looking, as we were tracking things, as we were giving you all the updates on that storm system last year. That was around Keaton Beach with that landfall. This landfall is around Steenhatchee, so a little bit further north, and that storm kind of tracked, more, as I'll kind of say here on our mapping, it kind of went right through the Perry area and up into Ward by Dawson and the like. This storm's kind of generally gone something more like this, with the center's kind of maybe out here right now, but then the accent with this being a little more early defined because of, it's a weaker storm when it hit a Cat 1 versus Cat 3, and just with the higher pressure, I know it's kind of really plunged some of the moisture more out ahead here. So the disorganization's kind of, led to some issues with this, even looking as if it's going maybe even a little bit more east than it actually is. Because, in some ways, this could end up going more up toward with some of the heaviest rain. You see it here. This might end up getting more up in toward like McClinney area. We'll see if it kind of, the way this tracks is tricky because it may not even do that. It may end up doing something more like this, which would be better because I'd be over a less populated area, the Okefenokee. So it's hard to say. Let's kind of watch it together for a second because you kind of almost have to watch in real time because storms will do weird things sometimes. So just kind of looking at this here. I know going from Live Oak, well, that looks like it really wants to jog the heaviest more toward McClinney, and they already got some, but of heavy downpour, accident, and wind. But I know we're hearing winds and rains pick up around Stark a little bit. I mean, even though we had all the accident this morning, I had calmed down a bit. I mean, we're getting some of the stronger, more intense weather we're gonna get from Debby. Even though this morning was pretty intense, this accident here is pretty comparable in some ways because of it being closer to the center, even though it's a weaker storm. So keeping that in mind, I know Looking at the wind data here, last 10 minutes. Let's see here what we might have had. 23 miles an hour, so that's still pretty strong on the anemometer. It's only at 6 feet, so again, wind will be higher than that, as you get down, well, excuse me, as you get up above the surface a little bit, comparable to some other anemometers. So, again, here's our camera shot right now. As we watch the trees blow around here, you can kind of see all that rain coming on down. Over 5 inches of rain here today. And where I'm at in eastern Bradford, some areas further off there, the county getting even more precipitation, it would seem. So, definitely interesting to watch here as we're looking at things, as we're looking, we're just kind of looking outside here at this weather, trying to get an idea of exactly what's going on here in this overall setup. So, again, you see that wind kind of hitting our camera shot a little bit now, seeing some of that rain accumulate on that. And that wind definitely a factor here as we're looking at things, as we give you the very latest here in this situation. So, again, just dealing with it here this afternoon as Debbie moves on through, and definitely has some of that impact being felt here as we look across the area. So that's definitely problematic here at points as we try to give you the very latest here on exactly what is going on. So again, you kind of see how things, deteriorate at times here in this pattern. We have the squally weather and the like. So worth noting, I do want to kind of note the rainfall total differences across the county a little bit. Let's do that real quick. We're over here, and radar says about 4, but my rainfall total, I would go with that because the tropical downpours tend to underestimate on radar. So this is on a little over 4, but actually put the mouse on a little over 5 here. But then this is showing, 5 to 6 to maybe up toward Brooker close to 7. So you could say maybe up to 8 inches out there. So, but we're getting some more of that precip right now here where I'm at. So let's jump back over to the camera side. I know it's a little bit harder to see stuff now because we had that rain kind of hit our camera perspective. But again, just trying to let you know exactly what's going on. It's definitely interesting just to kind of look outside of this here as that rain kind of hits the view. And really cause this use. You see the trees kind of blowing around here now, and telling that story. 13 mile an hour gustus now here as we're looking. Seeing some southerly type of winds here, 15 on that reading. As the situation does transpire, I know that wind direction here, out of the south generally, but you could get more southwest here at points in the southeast. Looking at my anemometer, got the pressure pattern on here too. If you're wondering what the isobars are for, that's this here. That's an isobar. If you can make it out, that one blue circle and another one indicating a little bit higher pressure in that range there. That's for using some weather maps. I know it doesn't get used on TV too much, and I'm going to take that off because I just mainly put this up so the wind arrows, but it's helpful to me too. But let's go ahead and let's see here. I take the ISO bars off, but you see the wind, you see the wind direction. I mean, we still had some of that water pushing in there, even in areas where it's gone down some, you would say in most of these spots, but as this low pressure goes further away, but still that wind direction, you're still having some surge factor there, but not as severe, it would seem in most cases, as it would have been earlier on. I know some areas actually, because of the way this went, some areas that didn't get as much earlier on got a little bit more, just pushed a little bit further north because you had winds coming out of a different direction. But it could have been worse if it was right there, like it was at Horseshoe Beach and close by near Cedar Key, even. So, again, 5.31 inches now for today here east of Stark on the rain gauge. That's significant. I mean, that's one of the higher totals we've had with this rain gauge. I know with storms like Irma and Debby over the years, we did get higher daily rainfall totals here. I used to start using different rain gauge technology, but those were definitely higher than what we've seen so far today. But it's just kind of, I think it compares a little, maybe else. I'm trying to remember here off the top of my head, man, in terms of that rainfall total. I was just trying to because I hit in a very similar spot a few years ago, and quite a few similarities with that actually. On time of day, I haven't had a tornado threat develop yet on the outer fringes. I'm hoping the cloud cover that we had further over might kind of do us some favors here. Yeah, we're not getting that many breaks. That should help us with, not maybe get a tornado threat to really go up near as much. But they're going to issue another tornado watch here soon as Storm Prediction Center as we look at things here. But they're going to issue that probably more towards southeast Georgia, maybe. That's what they're kind of indicating with this, and in the South Carolina region. That makes more sense. That's kind of the northeastern quadrant where things have been more favorable. So, a new tornado watch will be issued for portions of coastal South Carolina and parts of coastal Georgia. So, that's going to, maybe be a situation where we don't have to include much of the viewing area anymore. Most of the viewing area won't be under a tornado watch anymore. Maybe just a few of the counties in southeast Georgia now coming up after 4 o'clock. So, that's a good development here, actually. Doesn't mean we couldn't completely rule out a threat here further down, but it looks like the chances definitely are decreasing at this point for tornado activity. Granted, we have this track here. If things loop in a little bit different fashion, then we could still get back into a threat at some point in time with this. So that's what makes this storm a little bit unique in that we generally don't have this much uncertainty. Normally, we're certain it's moving away. There's still a chance it could come back at us a little bit, which is very unusual around here. I haven't had to deal with that in the storms in the past here, like Michael or Matthew, Irma, Ian, Nicole. I mean, Hermine. Kind of get the idea. I'm sure I'm forgetting. So you see that one blue one, it has it coming all the way back out toward the west here, goes east and then loops all the way back around. So we'll see. Some of the other models not really doing that, but again, just trying to give you the very latest here. Try to give you the very latest on what's going on. That's some very torrential rain in Columbia County right now in Lake City. This Flaxwood warning employee, granted that one is a base one. They may go considerable. It's set to expire in a few minutes anyway, so they may go considerable. It's even not out of the question they go catastrophic. But right now, I would lean toward them going considerable in this one, but that's just kind of a guess here. As we watch things, if we're getting some reports of some worsening flooding, they might go catastrophic with it because that can really lead to poor drainage there. Areas really have big problems pretty quick, like what we saw in Swanee County there. Swanee County, a lot of flooding in toward Live Oak, severe flooding, significant flooding. There we were on for about 30 minutes of that flash flood emergency when it first got issued earlier on in this stream. So we're trying to give you the very latest to protect you, your friends, and your family with that. So again, we have the center somewhere kind of in here, somewhere kind of in here. We have all this accent out here with kind of some of the worst of the accent kind of getting pulled there a little bit further off, toward the east here as we're looking at things, as we're tracking the overall scenario here. So that's definitely worth noting this afternoon. So let's just jump back over to another one of the camera sides. You definitely see how that rain kind of got on that camera view a bit. But as we go back on over toward Doppler, you see this outer periphery here. A band that's closer toward the center. So that's why the pressure's a little lower, but it's also a weaker storm. So there's some, catch-22s there as we're tracking this. Okay, new tornado watch down at 1 a.m. 1 a.m. now as we're looking. Should be this hopefully part of southeast Georgia in our area. But okay, looking at our data here, I know, looking at the pressure down to 1,027 millibars. Closest we've been right to the center then with this, in the whole event. So that's the lowest pressure we've had here. By the way, we're at 76 degrees right now, so we're not quite as warm as we were earlier. We were up to 78 at one point. That's not that warm, but still kind of giving you an idea. Okay, let's look at this here. Now there may be, the way they issue this, let me see if we have two boxes here, because it does seem part of the Jackson area than this. So once the other box goes away, we'll kind of know where they issued this exactly. So just kind of bear with that. But again, we're watching things and on here as needed. And the other one kind of went away there for a second. I'm not exactly sure. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't think they would have visited that far south, but on this, that's the old watch there. So we'll kind of look. Well, that could just be the new one. Let me go ahead and jump off here just for a second. Let me see what I'm talking about here. Just viewing some of the areas in yellow, talking about some tornado watch information. Again, just trying to give you guys the very latest here as we track things in the Weather Center. I know I want to update you since we're not doing like half-hour cut-ins, only as needed right now. But you know, saw things get a little worse further on over toward east, so we're gonna jump on here for that for a bit. We had the flash flood emergency, we jumped in for that. But since we're not doing like the consistent updates unless it's warranted, that's when we're coming on now. Then it's a situation where I want to make sure I'm getting you the updated information on this tornado watch here. So tornado watch in effect till 1 a.m. Let's see kind of where we're at with this. I know some of this information coming on out. Just trying to get the details. Bear with me here. I know we're just kind of trying to know exactly what's going on. Okay, it looks like they've gone ahead and issued it not for any of our areas, so that'd be good news. And maybe Jacksonville decided they didn't want a tornado watch in their county, so looks like it's going just up toward the northern reviewing area. Then that's kind of what I was starting to think, but I wanted to verify that as we're tracking things, as we're monitoring. I see one last warning. This got expired, Lafayette, Madison, and Taylor, but a new one issued now. And right now, it looks like they're just going with the base flash flood warning. It doesn't mean, you know, that something else could happen here that's a little bit different. But right now, 9:45 on a base flash flood warning. Okay, we got another update on the tornado watch. It looks like they've done something else now. So let's see. Let's see what they've done. Tallahassee office not having to worry about this anymore, but Jacksonville office. Let's see what they've kind of issued here. Okay, I see what they've done. It makes sense, kind of. So we're still going to have a tornado watch now. They've done a local extension till 6 o'clock. So the area to the south here, the area closer to the coast and I-95, under a local extension of the tornado watch till 6. Okay, so I'm going to be watching that potential. Let me go back to our coverage map here. So they did that local extension there for parts of our area, like in Camden County, Glenn, Nassau in Florida, Duval, Clay, St. John's, Putnam, and Roy and Ward, Flagler there as well. So just continuing to watch things as that situation progresses. So a local extension. I'm going to cut back on here on camera, I think. Again, just a one-man band. I have to kind of produce it as I talk, so if there's a little technical issue here and there, I apologize. But again, just trying the best we can here in these inclement conditions, these inclement situations. But yeah, this is the extended area for the tornado watch till 6. So like Bradford, no longer under it. That's some good news. But there is now a new flash flood warning that I was alluding to a moment ago. You know, until about, it looks like later on tonight, 9:45. It's a radar indicated one right now, but they could definitely upgrade this at some point. We have so now we're down to this. Looks like the two flash flood warnings, the emergency one towards Swanee County there, where things aren't as bad as they were in terms of the ongoing precip happening. Maybe just a light sprinkle here or there. So that should help waters recede some. Uh, but, they're not going to recede that quick because there's so much rainfall, over a foot in some areas there today, pretty quickly. Some areas even more than that. I mean, quite honestly, maybe getting, upwards of 18 inches of rain there around Live Oak and areas down toward the south, like around McAlpin, I would say, and the like. So we're not going to see as quick there as you would like, but the new flash flood warning now is at 3:42 for Baker, Columbia, Eastern Hamilton, Northern Union, South Central Charleston, Southern Clinch, Eastern Eccles, and South Central Ware counties. So for about 6 hours or so, we're watching where flash floodings, a potential 6 to 12 inches have fallen, and we're watching Lake City, Lake Butler in here in this flash flood warning, which right now is not, been upgraded necessarily to anything more than just a radar indicated variety. I'm sure there's some flash flooding in this. White Springs, Fargo, Taylor, Belmont, Swanee Valley, Winfield, 5 Points, Needmore, Lusty, Watertown, Sanderson, Lulu. You kind of get the idea there as we're looking. And then as I zoom on out, you see some of this banding here and the like with this, and you have the tornado watch till 6 in the yellow to the east, further to the north is to 1 a.m., but that's not actually coming in our area unless we'd have some more extensions. They're just going to watch and notice, see if any of this stuff starts to rotate on the periphery here. I think it's a little lower chance here because we're not seeing the breaks in the clouds, but maybe not zero here. Yeah, there is a little bit of instability starting to show itself here. So I kind of see why they did it. 500, 700 joules per kilogram. And some of these areas, but in Camden and Glen, over 1,000. And so if we can start getting stuff more discrete, and we could start to get stuff to rotate possibly, because so our parameters in terms of rotation, some significant trainer parameter, but more supercell composite in terms of some storm ingredients. So again, watching this setup here, and again reports from earlier of some gusts like the 50 around Duval County and Jacksonville with a tropical storm, with tropical storm Debby. So again, just continuing to watch things here. You can see these skies, they're pretty nasty out there. Again, Bradford County no longer in the tornado watch, but for areas further east, important to keep some of these tornado safety tips in mind, and just be watching just in case here as we look at things, as we track. Stay tuned for the latest updates. Have multiple ways to receive alerts. So very important to keep in mind. I'll jump back to the camera side. That's pretty interesting there behind me. But some of these clouds are really more visible right now. And as we look at this, just kind of watching it together here. As you see some of the trees shaking around some, you can see some of this wind here picking up a bit, 14 miles an hour, 15 out of the south and west. As we look at things here on the anemometer, as we just kind of give you the very latest there on that. So again, tracking all of that here for you. Let me see if there's any questions or comments from any of the viewers at home here. I don't see anything right now. No, we were seeing comment from a while ago. I didn't mention it, but just before we jump with this cut in, but definitely nastier conditions coming into toward Duval County there. I know one thing I'm noticing, this is some heavier rainfall rates setting up White Springs, Lake City, but once that gets through, at least things start to, really slack off. That's why we were kind of hoping for a little bit better outcome for Live Oak than what ended up happening. Ended up having big problems there in Live Oak. Flooding, in some neighborhoods at least, not maybe widespread, but in some areas, maybe some catastrophic flooding bordering on that edge of that. That's why the flash flood emergency was issued. We're not, to the whole extent yet of what happened out there, but there's some video, visuals on social media and the like here that kind of tell that story there around Live Oak in Swanee County. I know just checking here. I want to check some of the camera shots in Lake City if we can, or at least close to it. See if we can note some flooding maybe. Not necessarily seeing it on this one, which is a good sign. It is nasty looking there though, you know, in some ways. We'll go ahead and pop it on up. This is the Florida 511 perspective there. Mile marker 300. You can see here, still with that rain blowing around, but you know, maybe some pond and the water on the sides and the ditches and the like, but nothing, you know, just crazy there on this side, which is good at least as we're looking at things right now. So again, going back to our camera, it's a little more dramatic right now with the cloud cover feature. You know, the cloud features as we continue to watch. Again, just tracking things here very carefully. And just continue to watch. Almost 5.5 inches now here around this dark area. So I'm just kind of making note of that here. About 350 on this Monday. That's a lot of precip here as we're looking at things, and you know, even more coming into the picture here. We're looking at things, and now we went with 5 to 9 in the updated forecast this morning for the dark area. So, you know, when you gather yesterday's in there, you know, we're over 6 inches for the event with this. So it's something to kind of keep in mind. You know, after yesterday morning, we went 4 to 8 with isolated 12. This morning, 5 to 9 with isolated 12. So I know Perry we said up to 18 inches was possible. Maybe not 18 inches in Perry, but you know, to the east around Live Oak, maybe so. As we've been looking at things here, and there's always a chance, you know, just wrap back around and you know, may have some more local impact graphic updates to make, or dates to add in, days to add in, and the like. But hopefully that's not the storyline there. Again, as we track things here, as we give you the latest updates, we're just going between all our different sources here. I know, looking at this one, these wind numbers aren't the craziest I've ever seen. So I'll probably lower things a pretty good bit in that 5 o'clock update, unless we really start seeing crazier numbers around Jacksonville. That'd be good, but you know, still have all this rain around and the low pressure, things are just gonna redevelop around this for a while, so we gotta keep that in mind. Let's look in some of this area right near the coast. Doing any rotation with, ooh, I don't like that. That looks like that could be trouble for us here next little bit if we're not careful. That's starting to rotate some with, you know, a chance of tornadic potential setting up in southeast Duval County. So you got to be on guard for that then. This is what can start to become tornadic here, you know, pretty quickly on us. It's not quite there yet, but being right in that favorable slot, I don't particularly love seeing that one to the south rotate. At least that one to the north wasn't. And as I look here, I don't see anything else that looks too crazy with rotation at the moment, which is good. But that one area there in southeast Duval County bears some watching here over the next little bit in this tropical setup. It's in a favorable slot for some, you know, isolated tornadic development. So something to watch for there. Something to monitor, obviously, as we watch the progress here of the activity. So again, just trying to see exactly what's going on here. We're just gonna check here some more information. So again, tracking Tropical Storm Debby. Thinking about wrapping this update up and come back on again as needed, of course. And for any tornado warning storm, any flash flood emergency, that's, you know, a new one we've come on for, but might not want to go away quite yet because we're watching that area of span. It's pretty weak still north of Durban, but it's in a slot here where, you know, it could pick up. If it weakens a little bit more, probably wrap it back up here and go back to the radar stream. But if it starts to tighten up, we may get a tornado warning with it. So Just gotta be really watching out for that here over the next little bit. Again, I'm kind of keeping an eye on things here in toward the weather center. So let me go ahead and kind of check on some more information here as we continue to watch things. I know, just trying to keep you guys safe here as things do evolve on us. I know our system is just trying to get the latest updates on in. Again, see a public information statement here. Let me see if there's anything worth. Oh, did we just get a tornado warning for Duval and St. John's? We sure did. Okay, that's why I stuck with it here, folks. We'll see what the statement is real quick. Okay, this is about weather radio being offline around Tallahassee, Salem, Valdosta. So nothing about wind report, but tornado warning. So we need to go ahead and get in our tornado coverage here now. Let's pull up the tornado safety tips here. So a tornado warning for parts of Duval and St. John's until 4:15. At 3:55, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Palm Valley or near Ponte Vedra Beach, moving northeast at about 40 miles an hour. So a tornado warning now for the area. The first one today in our area, and the first one since the storm made landfall. We had some yesterday with some touchdowns, and this is in a pretty highly populated area. So you need to seek shelter inside that sturdy building, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible here as we're looking at things, and protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet, football helmet, baseball helmet, something like that. And then you also want to have your shoes on as well in this type of situation in case there's debris afterward you have to go through as you get at your tornado safe spot. You don't want to cut your feet up, obviously. So, okay, so we have this tornado warning here for part of the area. That radar indicated rotation. It's right here. It's not really tight, but it is a tornado warning there. Right near Palm Valley or near Ponte Vedra Beach, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. So we have the wind going toward the radar in Jacksonville, the wind going away from the radar in Jacksonville, and we have that spin here right now. And we need to get folks into shelter in case this were to produce a tornado. May not take a lot on this to get a re-signature. Nothing yet, though, as we're tracking this. Hopefully, we don't get anything like Elsa here last year. Or not last year. It's been a few years, but you get the idea here. You know, it was a very similar time of day when that had similar areas along the coast, and I don't think the instability factors are as high though with this. Hopefully, this is a pretty short-fused warning here as we're looking at things. So we need to get folks into shelter as we have things developing here in parts of southeast Duval County and then northern parts of St. Johns County. Let's try to get a better movement on this here. I know passing by Interstate 95 and kind of headed up this way, maybe, possibly. It may rotate more due north. We'll see. These are very tricky, you know, to get an exact idea. But you have this spin here. Again, the wind going to the north, the wind going to the south a bit. It's not overwhelming, but it was catching my eye, and it caught the Weather Service's eye right after they pulled the trigger on a tornado warning for some pretty highly populated areas. So again, getting into your room. We're watching things. We're tracking here on all the different platforms, obviously. YouTube, Twitter/X, Twitch, and then Facebook. Trying to give you the latest. That latest scan there showed it not as mature looking now on that mode. We'll catch up maybe the next velocity scan to see what it's showing to try to give us an idea of what might be happening here with this rotation, to see if it's trying to hold together or if it starts to diminish a little bit in its intensity. So again, just trying to continue to watch this here for you in parts of some areas here in Jacksonville, and it looked like there. So that latest scan looked, you know, just a tad weaker, quite honestly, which would be some good news here. But let's check the debris scan just to make sure nothing's touching down here. Don't see anything still. Unlike Elsa going back a few years, We did see quite a few areas of debris popping up. Sometimes they're a little bit later on in the situation too, but it didn't look quite as intense as we saw then. But again, we're just continuing to give you guys the very latest here on cloud weather. Again, a tornado warning in effect right now. I know we're right at 4 o'clock here on this Monday, August 5th, 2024. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center following a Debby tornado warning for parts of Duval and St. Johns counties until 4:15. So make sure you're getting an interior room away from windows right now in toward that area. We're going to keep an eye on it. I hear some wind picking up where we're at a bit, maybe. At least the rain's picking up some. So let's go ahead and pull our camera back up. You see the view here around eastern Bradford County as we're in some of this banding here, at least a little closer to the center of circulation. I know that banding that, is closest to the center, that is out in here as we're tracking things. But, out in here, we're not near as far as we've been in some ways in that center, of circulation. I mean, that remnant eye wall is going to northern Columbia County now, as we're looking at things there. So kind of interesting to see that there just north of Lake City, a little bit further east than maybe you'd think. Granted, I mean, the winds don't suck as much with that, but still a lot of heavy, heavy rain there. Flash flood warning in effect. But again, we have the tornado warning right now for parts of Duval County. Again, to get the interior room away from windows. This isn't the tightest circulation I've ever seen by any stretch. It's not as tight as someone we hauled yesterday there, especially in the evening around Worthington, Springs, and in that area there, Union County, and then in North Columbia County as well. Those were a little bit tighter than this here. A little bit more concerned with that tornadic potential coming in play, but we have some rotation at least at a pretty low level in velocity scans. So it's worth noting here with this tornado warning. So let me go ahead and jump on over to some different scans, some different tilts on here. They're not showing it too much. That's good news. Debris not showing anything, so that's good news as well. And that's looking like it's diminished, and they may drop this here, pretty soon. It looks like the instability is kind of starting to, kind of show that it's lacking still. With that, turning into more rain shower acts, and I bet they'll be dropping that pretty soon. There's still a little bit of broad rotation here, but another scan or two, they might go ahead and drop it. It is good at 4:15. They might keep it here just in case we see, but just not seeing a whole bunch with this here right now as we're watching the progress here of it in toward the weather center. So again, trying to keep you guys safe and informed here on Debby. Again, a tornado warning for part of the area. I know we do have a little bit of wind shifts here along this in Charlton County, Nassau County, so we'll watch to see if anything starts to spin up along that. It's not completely out of the question. I mean, I'm not really seeing a lot right now with it, but we'll watch. Even a little bit in Clay County, but again, that's not as good of a spot. This looks interesting, at least for some, some maybe wind damage. Of course, we have a tropical storm warning for many areas still, so pretty much like a severe thunderstorm warning for many areas with a tropical storm warning in play. But then an actual tornado warning here right now, further off in the ward eastern areas here, Duval and St. John's, until about 4:15 here this afternoon. Again, tracking the situation here. Again, radar indicated rotation. It definitely looks like it's lacking right around State Road 202 at this point, which is very good news, obviously. That's what we like to see, a weakening trend here with some acts, and that seems to be the case there. Again, though, it is an official tornado warning in play right now, so we're going to keep on watching things here. We're going to keep on tracking them. I know we've been on here for, 45, 50 minutes, somewhere around there in this cut, and we started to see some stuff advance further eastward here in North Florida, and wanted to talk a little bit more about that blast of emergency from earlier to the west, but then the ongoing heavy rain further east there, pretty big deal as well. So enough to talk about there to come on for, and start getting a little bit worse weather as we were looking there with some higher gusts starting to show on up there, and that can always increase that power outage potential. So I think I'm going to step off again and see if we have any new information in terms of some power outage details. So again, I'm just watching things here for you. I'm just trying to give you the very latest, trying to keep you safe and informed. Let me go ahead and see what we might have here. It's just a one-man band, so that's why I step off sometimes. Let me go ahead and see here. We might have anything. Don't see anything right off here, but let me check some other sources. Bear with me here. Let me check some. We haven't checked this in a while. The Clear Electric outage map. I'm going to take that behind the scenes. Okay, so they're showing about 33,000 customers in dark on their grid. A little bit lower than what it was earlier on at points. And then to be precise here, on that grid, it looks like the highest number of outages are in Columbia County at over 12,000 customers in the dark on Clay Electric, 9,000 out on Clay Electric in Alachua County, going over toward in parts of Marion County about 4,000, Putnam about 2,000, Bradford a little over 1,000, and okay, Union's in here too. I know it's in alphabetical. This is a way to kind of sort of, okay, there's a way to put it in terms of customers affected. Okay, I'm not used to this map as much, so the Union does have a little over 2,000 customers in the dark. So Columbia, you know, with the most in terms of actual customers. Now, percentage-wise, gets really tricky because there's not many in a few of these counties and they're all out. But so a little over 12,000 out in Columbia County, a little over 9,000 out in Alachua, a little less than 4,000 out in Marion, a little over 2,000 out in Union, a little less than 2,000 out on Clay Electric. I'm talking specifically here with this Putnam County, and a little over 1,000 out in Bradford. In Bradford, that's 19% of folks on Clay Electric. In Union, that's 55% of folks on Clay Electric. In Columbia County, that's 65% of Clay Electric's customers that are in the dark there. So that's kind of the storyline. Let's see here what we might have on the Bradford County Sheriff's Office weather stem. Let's see what they have here for some rainfall totals. They have over 6 inches in the last 24 hours, just to 23 recently. The winds aren't too high, but now rain is. And that tornado warning just got expired, so that technically means it's still in effect at 4:15, but really the threat's weakened enough. As you can kind of tell, I switched to talk about some other activity here because I wasn't seeing near as much with that. It's still showing some weak rotation there, and the warning is technically in play, even though it doesn't show up on the screen till 4:15, but that's weekend on out now, so that's some good news. So we may go ahead and wrap this update up around 4:15 or so if things kind of hold in that direction. But again, just continuing to give you the latest here. Let's go ahead and see what else we might want to look at here while I'm off camera, while I'm behind the scenes. In the state of Florida, a little over 200,000 customers out. So we've seen some restoration of power outages in parts of the state now. Maybe more downstate, you know, Pinellas County and the like, versus areas further upward. I mean, some areas are starting to clear out some, you know, fairly quickly toward the west, which is helpful. But you know, it still might take a while to get some of the power back on toward areas in the eastern Big Bend, the Swanee River Valley, and the like there in parts of north central Florida. So again, still watching all of that here, still tracking it for you. Again, if you weren't with us this morning, this made landfall there. Let me get our mouse on here just a second. It made landfall as a Category 1 hurricane. Had some damage, obviously, towards some of these areas further to the west. A lot of power outages. That's what you expect in a Cat 1. That's what we saw in Beryl last month in the Houston area. Now, Beryl and Debby, common names around here in 2012, by the way, because those were storms that hit us then. This year's Beryl didn't. This year's Debby, similar winds to the Beryl that hit around Houston. And that Beryl probably retired because of what happened, especially in the Caribbean. And then this Debby, well, if it gets retired, it probably wouldn't necessarily be because of what's happening around our area. It doesn't look like at this point, but it could be because of what could happen in the future in the next few days around Charleston / Savannah, where, you know, we're talking about 15, 20 inches of rain maybe in our area. Some of those areas, I mean, it's not out of the question. It's you know, hard to even fathom those areas could see double that, and they're a lot more flood prone and more urban, like Charleston. If things loop the wrong way with this, like a lot of the forecasts are indicating, not a given, not a guarantee, but it could be a Harvey-esque type situation toward Charleston if we're not careful. So really important to remember to turn around on ground, be in those higher, areas if you can be versus those lower lying ones. That's important to keep in mind. It won't be a hurricane up there unless it somehow restrengthens back and then comes back in like that. But it wouldn't matter in terms of the flood threat. Harvey was a tropical storm when it hit Houston and they had devastation. So again, there's the radar. There's the coverage map. As we continue here, trying to keep you guys up to date. We had a tornado warning. That's what we had. To stay with that a little longer there, but that's faded away. But technically, it's still in play for a few minutes. There's not much there now. Just west of Atlantic Beach, Neptune Beach, Jax Beach. I know, just continuing to watch things there. I know that gust around Valdosta. That looks to be maybe a more. We're seeing gust around 3 o'clock, so kind of interesting there. Again, we're going to watch for tornadic potential on this periphery. We just have to watch this in case here. Make sure you're staying tuned for the latest and have multiple ways to receive alerts. And we just outside of her, we just got a tornado warning, further to the north. That may be a little more than just that side of the area, but just got a tornado warning further up here, right in Savannah, actually. Now, not in our area, so we don't have to stay on for it or anything like that, but we'll talk about it right now. Some radar indicated rotation. It looks like right around the Wassaw Island area, moving northwest at 55 miles an hour, or maybe Wassaw. I know it's a weird pronunciation as we're looking there, but Pooler, Wilmington Island, the Bellinger Hill area, Midtown Savannah, downtown Savannah, Coffee Bluff, Savannah International Airport, I-16, I-95 interchange, watching that potential. I see there's another public information statement. It's from the Jacksonville office, so I make sure there's nothing on that I need to pass along here real quick as we look here at this scenario. Storm not here as organized as it was, that's for sure, but still a problem. The breaks up that can sometimes increase the tornado threat to some degree. Let's pull up visible satellite, though. We still just don't have many breaks here over land. Have some instability, but not as much as we could have had. Infrared shows a lot, less cold cloud tops than earlier, though. Water vapor, dry air, to the west here. As you kind of look at things, as you kind of track the situation. We'll go back 4 hours, and it was a lot different story with the cloud tops. The winds have really dropped off with this, it would seem, in a lot of these areas. And they spread out some too, and the rain, there's still very torrential rainfall production out of this activity. So something to kind of watch for as we keep on looking here, as I keep on giving you the very latest. I just want to see here what this public information statement's about. Maybe about weather radio again. Let's see. Tallahassee's was okay. No, this one's rainfall. So this is kind of interesting here. So just looking. Looks like they're putting some of these in here. So far in the Jacksonville area, the highest rain over the last 24 hours. Really around Live Oak per se. They have an area around Midway. I'm not sure. If that's Florida, then that's not in their area. But Live Oak, about 12 inches, a little over 10 inches in Intertechnique Spring. That's measured. Keep in mind, some estimates and some areas in between might be a little higher. So keep that in mind. Of note, around here, Brooker at 6 inches with a measured report. So kind of interesting. You're in your Lake City, about 10 inches here too. So a lot of different numbers in that. Kind of going over some of those measured rainfall totals here so far in that public information statement. So again, just continuing to track things here across the area. Always on for any tornado warning some in the 62 counties like we've just been on for that one in parts of Duval and St. John's. Didn't look too crazy there though. It was a little bit tighter for a moment. Not as big of a concern right now. There's a tornado warning outside of our area, but I'm not gonna stick on with that. But we're gonna have the radar going still. But we're not gonna do like, the cut-ins. Like this is how I've been doing it here in this stream. We've just been coming on as necessary. Came on one other time earlier for about 30 minutes, but that flat spot emergency was just coming into play for Live Oak and Swanee County. Still in play, but the waters, should be receding some. It's still, going to take a while, but not actively getting heavy rain over there like we are further off toward the east here and the like. So again, at least that's some good news. But we're gonna keep the radar going here as we're looking at things, and again, pop back on as it is warranted. So we're gonna keep tracking this for you here. Let me go ahead and jump back on over to our camera so you see the dark skies. Winds right now not as high, 9 miles an hour, closer down to the surface, but pressure's still falling a bit, down to 1,002 millibars now. We've had lower and some other storms, but still worth noting, and then 5.68 inches of rain here since midnight. So that's east of Stark and Bradford County, North Central Florida. Just kind of giving you some of that information. Again, we'll be back here as needed. Obviously, any flash flood emergencies, any tornado warnings here across the area, we'll be breaking back in. We do have the one flash flood emergency lingering, but I mean new flash flood emergencies, and then we'll break in as needed as well here to try to keep you guys safe and informed here on Tropical Storm Debby. So that does it for right now. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center again. Still this tornado watch out here until 6 o'clock in this yellow zone. So I mean, I'll be watching things here obviously as we're looking at some of this activity. But again, let's do it for now. Again, as warranted, coming on the air here to protect you, your friends, and your family. So again, keeping you updated here on this for now. Thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me. We'll see you here as those conditions do arise. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center right now, trying to give you the latest on what's going on here in terms of our tropical storm. You see the conditions here around the historic area, but that's not why I'm breaking in. Unfortunately, getting word of another flash flood emergency now across parts of the area. Now, I have this on a different mode than we generally have been showing you here lately, and this highlights the flash flood emergencies a little bit better now as we're looking at things. This polygon here showing it a flash flood emergency. It's technically for the Lake City metro area, they're saying, but honestly, the worst of the rain's already passed by Lake City here at this point in time. So we were talking about the heavy rain around there earlier on, but you can kind of see how the worst of that rain already, I mean, that cleared that area, about 30 minutes ago or so to be precise, but there's just a remnant of all that rain around causing problems that, potentially could be catastrophic. So, again, tricky situation there for sure as we're looking at things, as we give you guys the very latest. I mean, there are some reports coming out like around Watertown there in Columbia County, 5 miles south, many homes surrounded by water near the Peacock Terrace area, and that region's only accessible by boat. So now we want to hear, obviously, though, into that region as we are looking at things here. So a flash flood emergency in this area right now, catastrophic flash flooding potential in this box. Again, they're talking about Lake City metro area, though, really. And again, honestly, that was kind of passing on by already, but still all that moisture that's built on up there over the last little bit, causing some issues there. So, a serious situation in that regard as we continue to give you guys the latest. I mean, that's kind of what the remnant eye wall here of our storm system of Debby. So, a new flash flood emergency in effect right now as we're looking toward this polygon here in part of our viewing circle in northern Florida. So, again, remember, turnaround drones around, very important there in that regard because, if you're seeing the roads flooded, you can't be going through those. Even if you think you can get through it, you might not be able to get through it. So, that's very important to keep in mind. Under that polygon, even though they're talking about more to Lake City Metro, Baker, Columbia, Hamilton, Swanee, the warnings of 7:45. At 4:34, emergency management reported thunderstorm producing heavy rain across the warned area with a potential threat level of being catastrophic. Between 8 and 12 inches of rain have fallen with additional amount of 3 to 5 inches possible in the warned area where flash flooding seems to have been an ongoing scenario with issues of homes being surrounded by water near the Peacock Terrace area in Columbia County. It's only accessible by boat, that region right now, 5 miles south of Watertown. So, not good news here in Columbia County. I know this rain here, as we're looking, some of this action here kind of maybe going off here, in towards some of these areas, hopefully more so than Jacksonville, because if we get this kind of rain in Jacksonville, as bad as some of this flooding's been to the west, the urban area may really make things even a good bit worse here. So we got to keep that in mind as we're looking at things. I know several inches of water now being reported on Glen St. Mary and Baker County in terms of several inches of water across the southern states, Nursery Road there in McClinney. So, again, that's the storyline there right now as we give you the very latest on all of that. I know, just trying to keep you safe and informed there in that regard. Again, watching a tropical cyclone here as we're breaking back in our tropical storm. Tropical storm Debby impacting the area here. It's pretty rare to have Jacksonville see flash flood emergencies. I see one for Live Oak earlier now towards Lake City. I will say though, the one around Live Oak is a little more actively happening. This is kind of passing on by a little bit there at this point in time, but still that rain on, the ground not having anywhere to go, and it's causing flooding. It would seem on roads and areas where it could really make things very treacherous, where things could be life threatening for people if they don't take heed of the water warnings, you know, and just the alerts about the water being over the road, you know, with the flash flood alerts that are in place. So again, just continuing to watch here in some of these communities here, again, a flash flood emergency in play right now. So just be very cognizant of that as we're looking at things here. You just got to remember, turn around, don't drown. It's an important mantra, obviously. So again, trying to give you guys the latest on all of this. As we look there, this is a particularly dangerous situation. See higher ground now. Life-threatening flash flooding at low water crossing small creeks, streams, urban areas, highway streets, and underpasses. So just something to be very mindful of with that catastrophic threat level there in the newest polygon here, and especially centered on Lake City in parts of Columbia County here. So again, a serious scenario. We just got a new advisory though on Debby, so let me go ahead and step off to kind of get an idea of how that's looking. First off, though, we have an idea of where the center is in the newest track, so let's go ahead and punch that up, and then I'll kind of read over the advisory a little more. I mean, actually, I can kind of get an idea from it in our system. It says, like the barometric pressure here, 994 millibars. So center's kind of in this area in here in Hamilton County per se, and then you have some of the remnant eye wall though in Columbia and moving into Baker County, and some more of the action from Waycross into Jacksonville concentrated especially. But let me check some more stats here. Again, tracking things with this storm system as we're looking across our area. Again, trying to give you the latest. Trying to give you the latest here. So winds down to 50 miles an hour now, which is 30 miles southeast of Valdosta. Storms over northeast at 6 miles an hour. The pressure up to 994 millibars. I know, as we continue to watch things, that's kind of the newest details. I know they're saying in here still that some areas could see 30 inches of rain further up, you know, to Savannah, it's less in South Carolina, maybe even in parts of southeast North Carolina, they're saying. So it's really serious, obviously, that potential as we're looking, as we're tracking, as we're monitoring. So again, just trying to give you the latest there. Again, coming back on camera. Again, the reason we popped back in though is because of this newest polygon, the newest flash flood emergency here in play. I have one further out, but the worst of the rain and moved out of all that box. I know this box goes until about 7:45 though with that catastrophic threat level. Again, you know, you can have people lose their life in floodwaters, so that's why it's so important to take heed in these types of situations. Again, a flash flood emergency, the highest level of flash flood warning in effect there from the Weather Service in Jacksonville for parts of our area, talking about Lake City, but the warning box does go across parts of Baker County and parts of Hamilton and Suwannee as well as Columbia. So that's what we got to keep in mind there. So you know, it's not what you want to see, not what you want to hear, obviously, in terms of significant flood in the last 12 hours. I mean, it does tell the story in that highlight or yellow. That's about 10 inches on average there. And that's not a good situation. So let's see how that goes from there. If that goes more into Duval County, if that goes into some other areas further off a little bit. So that's going to do it for this update for now. We're going to keep our eyes on things. We have the stream going. We'll break back in for any tornado warnings, obviously, in our area. And if there's more flash flood emergencies, we'll break back in here to give you the latest, to inform you, your friends, and your family But for now, I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. We're on alert mode here, trying to keep everybody safe and informed on this Monday here. It is August 5th, 2024, as Debbie impacts the area yet again. 12 years later, another storm named Debbie moving through and causing some big time problems. Meteorologist Casey Cloud breaking back in right now. We do have a tornado warning here in play now for parts of our region. So this is just popping in at 5:28. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located over Ward Golf Village, 10 miles southeast of Fruit Cove, moving northeast at about 30 miles an hour. So I need to get folks in the shelter here right now. A tornado warning for parts of Duval and St. John's until 6 o'clock. We have quite a few different areas of rotation starting to come into play now. So we need to get into your room here. Just make sure you're not at those windows, because if you do have a tornado touchdown, flying debris could be an issue here. No debris signatures yet, but we just have to be kind of mindful of what's going on here with a potential tornado threat, maybe in a few different areas, but in the Ward Golf Village was kind of highlighted, or 10 miles southeast of Fruit Cove, as we're tracking this here, as we're giving you guys the very latest that's happening here at this point in time. Again, trying to let you know what's going on here, as we are dealing with a tornado warning now in effect with Debby until 6 o'clock for portions of Duval and St. Johns counties. The axis moving northeast at about 30 miles an hour. So, again, watching things here. You see, I mean, it's more than just one rotation. This is probably the tightest window between about Durban and Hilton. Just east there of it looks like a US 1. So we're going to be watching that here very carefully over the next several minutes. I know, just trying to make sure folks are taking heed here. Let's go ahead and put up those tornado safety tips here if we can. I'll go ahead and kind of pull those up here so you guys know what to do in this situation. So you want to seek out inside that sturdy building, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet, something like that. So just trying to let you know exactly what to do in this set of circumstances here. We're going to go ahead and just continue to watch things with this tornado warning that's in effect here again, popping on up on us. And the tornado watch at local extension was until 6 o'clock, and now we're getting, radar indicator rotation in here again. We had it a little while ago, but it wasn't as tight as what this might be. And then even there's a couple areas of it here right into the coast, a little more instability, and we have that wind shear in place. So I need to just go ahead and take heed here as things do develop. So again, I know watching this situation here very carefully, just continuing to watch things here as things do evolve. So again, just trying to let you know exactly what is happening here at home for everybody as these minutes do tick on by. So I know as we do watch things here, do want to kind of step over again, just remind you of our tornado warning situation here. Just go ahead and take shelter. You see some wind further back out toward the west here in this type of situation here as well, with the accent closer toward the core of what's left of, Hurricane Debby, now Tropical Storm Debby. So again, just trying to give you guys the very latest here on exactly what is happening in these set of circumstances. Again, a tornado warning in effect till 6 o'clock. The warning here talking about Jacksonville, Durban, Nocatee, Palm Valley, Sawgrass, Ponte Vedra Beach under this. So gotta be taking precautions. Moving northeast about 30 miles an hour. I know we've been tracking our impacts from Debby all day, and we're dealing with them right now as we get, closer toward the Atlantic coast right now in northeast Florida, potential tornadic situation. So again, take those tornado precautions here as we're looking at things. Again, we're just trying to let you know exactly what is kind of going on here, and I'm moving the radar around just a little bit to try to give you the best vantage point. Let's go to rotation tracker, and you can kind of see we do have some of this rotation going on up here as we kind of get on over, you can see some of that wind shear in the picture for sure. So you got to take your tornado precautions here. Again, just continuing to give you guys the latest updates. So I know I'll zoom back out a little bit here with all this. And again, as things do evolve here, I just want to reiterate what we're doing with. We have in the illustrated area the tornado watch in play for a little bit longer. So again, just kind of down with that there. We'll see if they go again past 6 o'clock with it, but we do also have a flash flood emergency in play here. Further on off toward the west, rain rates in the last hour now a little bit less than they've been, but in this holler or yellow areas where we've had, we've had some of these really higher rainfall totals causing some big time problems here as situation does progress on us here, down with all that potential, of course. And you just got to remember to turn around, don't drown. You don't want to be in spots, that are flooded. I know getting a lot of reports out of areas like Live Oak where there's some major flooding ongoing in some of that area there, some of that county of Swanee. So again, kind of storyline there right now as we continue just to keep an eye on things, making some notes about some things here as I'm looking. I know just looking at things here in the Weather Center. We're talking about, I know, just the issues in the county with trees and the like down, and that's kind of what we're tracking here. I'm gonna go ahead and check one of our other sources for a second as we continue to watch things, and are definitely down with some of these impacts here. I do want to put a loop on our other mode. Okay, they're still continuing, by the way, the tornado warning. Further on over to the east here with Debby. At 5:37, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Nocatee, or 9 miles south of Ponte Vedra Beach. Watching that situation as it moves north, generally at 35 miles an hour. So again, tornado warning here in effect right around Sawgrass. I know we're watching some of this is, a lot of green and red, not exactly completely gate to gate, but if there's more gate to gate, it's probably down to there. I know as we're tracking it, as we're tracking things, as we're tracking the ongoing situation. Again, watching this rotation here, so take those tornado precautions as things do impact some different communities here in the First Coast area, in northeastern Florida. Just making sure you're staying safe. Again, with the tornadic potential out there at this point in time. So let's watch that there. Again, heaviest rain probably in northwest Baker County right now, though, with this. But again, important to take tornado precautions into account here with the tornado warning that's in effect. So your tornado safety tips are a safe side under a 30 building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. You also want to protect yourself from flying debris. Put on a bicycle helmet, football helmet, baseball helmet, something like that. And have your shoes on in the wake of any potential threat, because in the aftermath it's easier. It's easier to be able to clean up there in terms of just being a spot there where you don't, get your feet cut up even. Because otherwise, you could have a piece or two of glass even, causing an injury to you. So, again, just got to be mindful of that as we're looking. I know something else coming out today, some of the climate report data, kind of interesting as we're tracking things here. As, again, giving you everything you need here. The climate report data is showing over 5 inches. Gainesville Airport today, about 2.5 inches in Jacksonville. Only getting the low 80s in Duval County, upper 70s in Alachua County. Where we're at here in Bradford County, we got to 77, and we've had 5.83 inches of rain thus far. So barometric pressure right now down at about 1,002 millibars. So just kind of giving you an idea. And with our landfall this morning, the lowest pressure was at 979 there around. It would seem the Steinhatchee area, according to the Hurricane Center's information, as they were tracking things there. But again, tracking this tornado warning right now. Just continuing to give you guys the very latest on how this is going here. You see this red box there on the screen. Definitely got to take heed there from this potential tornadic activity as we're dealing with that overall threat. So again, tornado warning there in effect. Let me go ahead and kind of go back to another view of this. By the way, getting different reporting, like trees being uprooted in places like even in Camden County in Georgia here. That's somewhat to be expected on a situation like this. I know. Let's see what else I might want to see. Let's see if we want to see some power outage numbers on the screen here. That might be helpful for some of the viewers at home. So let's go ahead and get that up here for everybody. I'll go ahead and kind of switch over toward that, the latest up-to-date numbers. You can see in the really maroonish color, that's what we have. High percentage of customers in the dark. And we'll kind of focus in on some of those areas right now. Hamilton County, Suwannee County, you see Lafayette County, and even over to Columbian Union to some degree have some issues. There's Taylor County, Madison County, Dixie County, over toward Jefferson County, and some outages with Cullah and Leon, but not near as high in terms of percentages. So kind of the storyline there. I know even some outages as we look, areas there in like Bradford County, about 1,500 customers in the dark. So that's kind of a storyline right now that we're following. I know in Georgia also, and they might get more rain up there that really causes issues just inside of the area, but getting reports of several roads with water or washed out in Wayne County, Georgia. So that's something to take note of as we continue here to watch things and watch this ongoing tornado warning. That's why we're on the air right now. A tornado warning for parts of Duval and St. John's until 6 o'clock here, folks. So in this red box, you want to take those tornado precautions right now if you're in parts of Duval County. So again, watching this carefully. Let's go back to velocity mode. Looks a little tighter around Ponte Vedra Beach. So we're watching that on our other source. And let me pull that up so you guys can see it there at home. So then as I kind of watch this rotation in here, you have that circulation. We are going to be looking at things like correlation coefficient for any debris. I don't see any of that right now, but we're just going to be tracking that potential there over the next little bit in toward that area as we continue to give you guys the very latest here. And now some of this right at the coast, so maybe we'll get this tornado warning to be canceled a few minutes early because the greens and reds, when you have the opposing winds, are right there at the coast. The next scan or two might get it off the coast enough to cancel the tornado warning early, and that'd be good news here, of course. But again, down with this right now here as we're tracking things. Heavy downpours nonetheless around Jacksonville Beach, Ponte Vedra Beach. If you had a tornado in here, maybe rain wrap. So something to kind of bear in mind as we're looking at things, as we're dealing with them here in toward the Weather Center. I know, just trying to keep you guys safe and informed here as I look at some of that Doppler technology. So again, just trying to see exactly how things are evolving on us here right now. We're going to go ahead and just keep checking things in a 1 hour rain in here. Yellow area is only about an inch. Some of these areas further up, inch or two, but further out, parts of Baker County, upwards of just over 2 inches. So, not maybe as high as some of those rates were earlier, but still problematic. And as we get back over here, we're seeing some very heavy rain with these, rotations as it just kind of bounce back and forth. And now with this area of spin, you kind of have, again, everything that's come through Lake City last little bit. They've had a blast flood emergency there, Lavo blast flood emergency there, catastrophic flooding in some areas here, where I know even a couple reports there of swiftwater rescues in Suwannee County. So let me go ahead. I'll keep this loop going for you guys, and I'll step out of the side again. We're just continuing to watch things here, folks. Let me go ahead and leave that up, though. I'll leave that up for you guys there at home. I want to go ahead and just continue here to watch what we have in terms of some of that detailed information from earlier in the Suwannee County. Major flooding there ongoing in the city of Live Oak at around 5:12. Still into the rain not falling anymore. 2 swiftwater rescues have occurred, with 1 still ongoing at that point, with much of the southern part of the county inaccessible due to flooding and trees down. So that's kind of the storyline there. Okay, there's still continuous tornado warning for now. The weather service in Jacksonville is. They're saying this thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Jacksonville Beach or near Ponte Vedra Beach. So, again, tracking that out here, right into ward areas, maybe right at the coastline right now, with some of the spin. So, maybe a little bit of spin down here right before it gets off the coast, but this is maybe just off the coast, but it's not a guarantee. So I still got at least for a few more moments here. Take those tornado precautions. Let's pull up the tips again. 600 at a 30 building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and protect yourself from flying debris by putting on something like a bicycle helmet, football helmet, baseball helmet, something like that. So again, trying to keep you up to date as you look back here at our velocity. You can kind of see here, it definitely looks like everything would be now just in the coastal waters here. So you can kind of see what we're dealing with here with that. So definitely an issue maybe for marine interest, but it definitely looks like just off the coast. Now, if we have any tornadic spin, it'd be water spout type potential out here. Now, we have so many tropical alerts already, otherwise there'd be a marine warning out. But you see there, just some of that spin there as we're looking, the greens and reds opposed, just down to the coastal waters now. So definitely thinks they can go ahead and clear this tornado warning off. I mean, maybe they're just thinking the boaters or beachgoers somehow are out and all this, surfers maybe, and that they want them to be warned of this for just a little longer, being within maybe a mile or two of the coastline. But again, just continuing to track this. I know it's not obviously good weather there at the beaches and the like here. There are current threats and the like in play, and that's something to be cognizant of, obviously. So again, continuing to give you the latest data here. I've been with you. We were on, the 5 o'clock hour in the AM, and now in the PM we're on. Still in front of the keyword to protect you, your friends, and your family. It's just a one-band here. Trying to do the best they can. We're always on for every tornado warning storm moving through our 62 counties. Been doing that since late 2019. So that's why we're, with you right now, of course, trying to give you the latest at proportion to Duval and St. John's. But really, just moving out into the coastal waters now, into our area. Again, tracking the situation now as it impacts different areas here, close to the area and really the land. But again, tracking all of this here. Any more rotation? Nothing really definitive right now. Maybe a little up here, but not too much. We'll watch her around Woodbine. A little bit out in there. We'll watch, but nothing crazy looking. We have, stronger winds out here. Some degree closer in here and then out in here. Still, seemingly, I know the center may be more up here, but some of the worst of the rain that's left from the wall still kind of wanting to go a little more easterly. Kind of interesting. I don't know if that's going to have an effect on if this gets over water quicker and then goes up, maybe quicker to the Carolinas. Maybe tries to re-strengthen a little quicker. The satellite presentation really kind of faded on that there pretty rapidly. So it'd be harder maybe to get reorganized potentially. We shall see. Because they're expiring the tornado warning. They didn't use canceled though, so technically it still goes to 6, but not going to go past 6 o'clock, of course. Especially with the threat into the coastal waters there. As we look at things there off Atlantic Beach, Neptune Beach, Jacksonville Beach. Again, trying to give you the latest here on the situation. So that red box will go away, but still watching flooding ongoing, danger there still, even though the rain's not actively falling as much to the west. A lot of flooding there, it would seem, around Lake City. You saw areas around the Lusty in there too, but in Live Oak, this area in the grade at least 5 inches, but in this box here, some areas getting over a foot of rain here today. I mean, some areas even more than that. So not good. As by the way, getting more reports of tree issues, like toward Jacksonville Heights and Duval County. I know we had traffic issues there in some areas as well, with accidents and the like. As we were looking there, even right there, that area around the Bradford Clay County line earlier. Just always got to be careful on the roadways. And then as we were looking, we did have a tragedy there occur toward Fannin Springs, where a teenager lost her life when a tree there fell on their home, and that family's home there, and teenager did lose their life there. Just thoughts and prayers out to everybody impacted here in a situation like that. I know as we kind of look at all that too, we had some deadly accidents across the state. One of those that was seen based on reports in Dixie County. So just got to keep that in mind as we're tracking things, as we give you the very latest here. Again, tracking all of this. But the tornado warning no longer on the board, but technically it still goes theoretically for another 7 minutes. I mean, it's in the coastal waters, the circulation now. So, I mean, at this point, I'm not too concerned there about that. Then, as we're looking at the scenario there, as just continue to give you the very latest. See public information statement from the Tampa office. Let me go ahead. We'll pull up some other information real quick. Again, always keeping an eye on things here for you guys. Let's see what we have with this. Okay, so highest rainfall totals in Levy County, a little over 10 inches around the community of Lower Swanee, Chiefland, over 10 inches there on a couple sites as well. Worth noting. So I just wanted to pass that along to you guys, the viewers at home. I know that's important. Try to get some of that information, some of that data out. I know where I'm at here in Bradford County, eastern Bradford County, almost 6 inches of rain here today. Almost 6 inches of rain here today. On this Monday here. So again, that's the storyline. I know I've been in alert mode since about Wednesday there last week, warning you of this potential. Didn't look like it as much at all on that Tuesday night update, but then things started to change. We were on for some alerts across some of our different counties, and we said that we were getting concerned about some things, and we went into alert mode, and we definitely seen alert conditions. We also, WLB was reporting there up toward the Moultrie area. Life was lost there as well due to, appears to have been a tree, as if I remember that correctly, falling there on a home. So not what you want to hear. That's in areas as we get toward Colquitt County. So again, not good news there, obviously, as we look at things in that regard. Let's go ahead and we'll kind of come back on camera here. We'll come back on camera as we continue to watch, continue to track here. Again, trying to keep you informed I know, 1,002 millibars of pressure, rain almost 6 inches for today. Wind last 2 minutes to 17 miles an hour there, at about 6 feet up or so. So, again, just continuing to give you the latest, continuing to watch things here. I know, just trying to let you know exactly what's happening. And you can see the sky here where we're at, and the trees still blowing around here. So that's kind of interesting. Another thing that's interesting, a little back to the west here, getting some advisories to pop up for some scattered storms that are developing here, in this overall setup. Not in our area, but this is kind of interesting. You see the wind pickup here. Let's see what we have. Wind picking up a bit, but nothing overwhelming there on the gauge. But again, looking back to the west, you see some scattered storm acts in their way around and west of Dothan. So that's interesting. Some of those could have gusts of wind of 50 back behind our tropical cyclone. So that's kind of intriguing. But again, just continuing to give you the latest here as we look at our view in Bradford County here in north central Florida. So again, trying to let you know how things are progressing. Look at those low hanging clouds. They're kind of interesting to watch, actually. Not really seeing that much on radar that would support, too much with it. It's kind of on the edge of the cyclone here, per se, but fast moving. You see like the moderate rain there, Bradford County right now, and guess maybe in the 30, 40 range, but you just continue to watch things there. Yeah, I know we're seeing more areas lose a tropical storm warning as we look ahead in toward the timeline. I know some of them, further east, like North Central Florida, still have it for now, of course, with the conditions that look like this. Still got to be extra cautious here a little bit longer as we're dealing with that. So again, that tornado warning going away, the circulations into toward the coastal water there. Uh, as we look off of the first coast. So that's the good news. Again, we're always giving you the latest. So we're breaking back in here as necessary. Facebook Casey Cloud, WX Cloud Weather, Twitter/X at Cloud Casey, YouTube at Cloud Weather, Twitch Cloud Weather, cloudweather.com. So important to keep in mind here as we look at some of those various sources, obviously, as the timeline does advance. And just kind of looking here, just kind of checking what's going on. Just kind of trying to keep you safe. Now, this made landfall. The Category 1 storm earlier with that damage, some of it coming into play for different communities. So, definitely noteworthy, definitely impactful. Made landfall in Steen and Hatchie there. 7 a.m. this morning. We even had power blasts live on the air here in the 6 a.m. hour that we're showing you on some of those Florida 511 perspectives. So definitely an interesting storyline there. So with, us approaching 6 o'clock here, this update ends for now. We'll break back in as needed. See some heavy rain around Taylor and Pontiac, and that keeps progressing. Maybe more flash flood warnings coming out, further east. And this is, 2+ inches an hour. And these setups, this could be underdoing it some, maybe more like 3 inches an hour. And that's an issue, though. That's not headed right, maybe into toward downtown Jackson, which would be more problematic. But headed up in toward Nassau County and maybe toward the airport as the current projection has it, but it may swing even a little bit further north depending on the progression of things. We South Sea, these are always tricky with these tropical cyclones. So tropical storm Debby still having that impact. I know we had emergency flash flood situation in areas in Debby in 2012. We had bad flooding around Live Oak then in Debby, and now more bad flooding here in 2024 from Debby as well. So we'll be back here as it's warranted on this stream. If it as needed, not doing like half-hour updates on this stream like we did in the landfall covered, but as we get like tornado warnings or flash flood emergencies in our area, we're on to give you the latest. So keep it tuned here. Cloud weather. For now, thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me, and we'll go ahead and take you back over to the radar stream.